Yeah, when dealing with the state, variation frowned upon greatly because they don't want to take over. Yeah, I would.
Test.
Even commercial, I even sales tax on commercial.
If you already got the second one, that's fine. Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna start bringing it in. Start the lunch hour.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the members, I'd like to welcome everyone to the April 4, 2025 meeting of the Volusia Forever Committee Advisory Committee. Just a quick reminder, as usual, everyone in the room to please put their phones on silent so that we don't interrupt our speakers. And if we could have roll call to get us started, please.
Wanda Van Dam,
Here.
Jessica Gao,
Here.
Gerald Fieser,
Here.
Here.
Derek LaMontagne,
Here.
John Macaluso,
Here.
Suzanne Cyber, here, David Sosa.
Here.
We have a quorum minus Kelly Frasca.
Okay, very good. And then as you've noticed, we have a new old member. Welcome back, Mr. Fieser. And if I could ask you just to tell the other members a little bit about yourself, that would be great.
Oh, thank you. I'm almost a lifelong resident of Volusia County. We had a farm out in De Leon Springs that we operated until 2018. At that time, we tried to do a conservation easement on it before Volusia Forever came into play, but I got quite an education and experience in doing that. It ultimately did not come to pass. And so now to find time in my days, I like to volunteer and do stuff like this. This is something that Volusia Forever has always been very near and dear to myself. Thank you.
Welcome back. Okay, public participation. Anyone that wants to speak prior to? Okay, all right, very good. Then no public participation. Approval of the February 7, 2025 minutes. Did anyone have any additions, corrections, changes on those? Okay, hearing none, would someone like to make a motion on those, please?
I move we accept the minutes as recorded.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Macaluso, second by Mr. Gamble, I believe that was, to approve the minutes of the February 7 meeting. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. This to Sunshine Law and Public Records.
Good morning, Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. This is about a 2-hour presentation with a movie and a quiz at the end. You got my PowerPoint? So this is your annual Florida Sunshine Law and Public Records Law review. So this is a constitutional requirement that all meetings in Florida of all bodies, collegial, are in the public except for a few exceptions. So what does this mean? Okay, so there's 3 basic things that you need to know about meeting in the sunshine. Your meetings have to be open to the public, you have to give reasonable notice, and there has to be minutes taken of the meeting. The good news is we handle the notice and the minutes. So those 2 things you don't have to worry about. The thing that you need to worry about is number 1, open to the public. So, are you clicking or am I? Oh, it won't stay on that one. All right. There we go. Technical difficulties already. What's that? It should be on that one. It won't stay on it. Anyway, what is a meeting? A meeting is, it won't stay for you either. Don't ask. A meeting is a gathering of 2 or more of any of you where you discuss the any matters that may come before the board. So why do we have these rules that you have to she doesn't want it. What's that? Oh, don't worry about it. It just goes over. I almost have it memorized, so we're fine. So a gathering. Any meeting is a gathering of 2 or more of you, and where you discuss any matter that may come before you. So it's not something that's on the agenda. It's something that just may come before you. So any matters relevant to the board, if 2 or more of you get together and you talk about it, you're having a meeting. Why is this? It's because every thought or affirmative action that you do that is a decision that might be made by this board, the entire public is entitled to know about how you got to that thought process. So you can't discuss or deliberate outside of the sunshine or outside of the public. Now it's complete. Can you put the rough today. All right, so what kinds of discussions are covered? Obviously, verbal discussions. So if you meet each other on the street and you start talking about what's on the agenda, now you can talk about other things, you know, your dogs, the weather, whatever you like, but you cannot talk about anything that we handle here. What else is a discussion? Emails. So if we inadvertently email all of you about the meeting time and ask whether you're here, don't reply all. Because if you reply all, then you're replying all to everyone and you're discussing whether or not you're going to be here, which could be a violation if somebody else replies and says, yeah, I can't wait to talk about matter X. So always emails, telephone conversations, calling each other, internet discussions. You got to love those Facebook, social media, all those posts. So if you guys are out there on the many Facebook Volusia issues, all of our favorite ones, if you make a comment and somebody else makes a comment back to you, you've now had a discussion outside of a public meeting and you violated the Sunshine Law. So you have to be very careful about your comments on social media. That is a violation of the Sunshine Law. Text messages, you know, what has gotten most boards in trouble is sitting up here and Wanda texting John to say, hey, John, make that motion because I'm tired of you guys not moving this meeting along. You guys have violated the Sunshine Law by texting each other. That's a favorite of boards where they text each other while they're sitting up there. So just be aware, every time you check your phone, some public auditor or First Amendment person thinks you're violating the Sunshine Law. So be careful with your phones up there too. And it's a good warning. They can make a public records request to see what's on your cell phone, especially if you're using it during a meeting. They have a right to ask, and then we basically will ask you, hey, is there any public records or Sunshine Law issues on your phone? And then, you know, we're hoping there's not. So what kinds of discussions are covered? Okay, so this is also a good point where you guys don't do it as bad as some of the other boards I have, where you have sidebar conversations. So if you're sitting there and John and Gerald decide to have a conversation about whether or not the bracket's doing well in March Madness, but I'm talking about this important Sunshine Law stuff and the public sees them talking amongst themselves, there could be an issue. Because if they're talking about what's on the agenda, it's a problem. Talking about March Madness, not a problem. But if the public asks, we're going to call you out and you're going to have to disclose what you were talking about. So it is something to try to avoid sidebar conversations while you're sitting there, even if they're not about anything on the agenda, because it has the appearance of impropriety. So also, it's always kind of a thing that is hard to avoid, but your discussions during recess, before the meetings and after the meetings, when you're standing around, it's fine to talk about the weather again and your pets, but if you're talking about anything that is on the agenda, may come before the board, anything you'd like to see come before the board, any of those conversations, you could be violating the Sunshine Law. So always make sure that your conversations during recess or before or after the meetings are personal in nature only. This is what I like to call the telephone game rule, liaison rule. Every one of you have a right to come and talk to the staff about any matter on the agenda, anything you might think comes before the agenda, anything that has to do with the Forever Board, you can come and talk to any of us staff members. What you can't do is ask Tim what another board member said or what the temperature of the board is. So for instance, we have something coming before us and you want to know what the rest of the board's thinking, don't call us and ask us. That is actually a violation of the Sunshine Law. So you can have individual conversations with us, but do not ask us to poll the other members of the board. Do not ask us what other board members think, do, or say, because that would violate the Sunshine Law liaison rule. Exceptions. This will never apply to you, but it's fun trivia for attorneys. So there are exceptions called shade meetings. You can have a meeting outside of the Sunshine Law under these specific exceptions, which are in the statute. If there is litigation that the board was actually involved in, which, I say never, but so if you guys actually get sued for a Sunshine Law violation and there's litigation, we could potentially have a shade meeting about that. But other than that, These are typically, they deal more with, as it goes on, collective bargaining with unions, committees for findings of facts for screening, and portions of meetings that reveal a security system or plan. And some solicitation processes are closed bids, and those types of things are out of the sunshine until they actually are opened. So notice of meetings, again, that's something that we cover. There is, this is a attorney special, it's just reasonable notice. So there is an attorney general opinion that says 7 days is reasonable, but essentially we publish all of our meeting schedules on the internet, and we also do press releases. So we do the notice of the meetings as far out in advance as we can. It's a nice blank slide, fill in what you like. So the Attorney General has recommended the following guidelines for notice: time, place, subject matter. Again, we do those, and prominently displayed. So as you come in, we have the TV monitors that also prominently displays when we're meeting. Oh, this is fun. Somebody's added like the spoiler alert clicks. No, I'm sure it's somebody in our office. So this is the 7 days for the Attorney General. Special meetings, if there's an emergency of some sort, we can actually give 24 hours to 72 hours notice. Typically, those types of boards don't have those types of emergencies, because if a hurricane's coming, usually there's no reason we're going to have to meet to prepare for the hurricane. Then those are the notice means. Our minutes of the meetings, as you have approved, we do keep minutes. Minutes are actually only required to be very minimal. They do not have to be descriptive. They do not have to capture everything everyone says. They're not a transcript of the meeting. The meetings are recorded, so we do have what would presumably be a word-for-word record of the meeting. So the minutes typically, the minimum requirement is that it captures what's on the agenda, what was discussed, what motion was made, and what carried. We actually supplement our meetings with a little bit more. That is actually a little more than is necessary, but that's a good practice. So the public has a right to participate in all of your meetings. That's the sunshine part of it. So anytime you have a meeting, you have a public participation segment on it. Very few boards have an exception to this. For example, code enforcement, that's one of the boards that has an exception to public participation. But you have to have public participation on your agenda. When you make a motion on a matter, you are also, if a member of the public wants to speak on anything you make a motion on, the public also can speak at that time. We have a clerk. If the public wants to go there, they just need to ask. Opportunity to be heard. You can restrict how long they can speak, but you do need to make that by motion, and you do need to give them a reasonable amount of time. Otherwise, they can speak as long as they like. Hopefully not 25 hours, but that does happen. The other thing with public participation, there is a strong First Amendment right that persons can say whatever they like so long as it does not disrupt the body. So they can go off, but after a certain amount of time, if it is not related to the meeting, it can be considered disruption of the meeting. So you can reel somebody back in from going way off topic. But otherwise, they have a First Amendment right to say pretty much all they would like to say. Okay, so all of that, what if you actually violate that with one of those horrible text messages between each other? So there are penalties, personal penalties, not just penalties to the county, penalties personally to you. So if you unintentionally violate the Sunshine Law, you can be charged with a non-criminal infraction of up to $500. And if you do it knowingly, which is essentially you've done it before, or it's very, very obvious that you were doing it, it becomes a crime. It's a second-degree misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to 6 months on probation, or a $500 fine, and or a combination of all three of those. The state is the one that pretty much enforces those. So you can also be faced with a suspension or removal from office. You can be suspended or removed under the general provisions, and you can also be charged attorney's fees and court costs, which comes into the real danger, really, because you're like $500. Oh, I can do that, no problem. Or unintentional. If a lawsuit is actually filed and the public or person prevails, they can recover all of their attorney's fees and cost. And as Jessica will tell you, we are not cheap. We charge by the minute. Any questions on Sunshine Law? All right. Public records law. Oh, go ahead, Derek.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a couple questions, if you don't mind. So about, you said there were some examples of shade meetings and stuff. Is
Yes.
that, if there ever is a legal action or something, are we required to be part of a shade meeting? Like if they say, hey, we're going to do a shade meeting, can I opt out?
You do not have to be a member of the shade meeting. You don't have to participate. But shade meetings, like I said, they are very, very rare. They typically only would be a board that actually makes decisions. So, for instance, with you, the shade meeting would have to be all the members of the board pretty much would have to violate the Sunshine Law, and then we would have to have a reason to all of you meet together to discuss how we're going to move forward on it, or whether it was an actual violation or that type of thing, where we're discussing basically litigation strategies, what we would be discussing. You wouldn't have the authority to settle the case, decide what the county is going to do with the case or whatever. The only possible scenario I can think of would be where there is a violation of the Sunshine Law and we need to talk to all of you at the same time about what happened or what we're going to do, or whatever. Very rare, probably very unlikely. I mean, I can't even remember the last time we had a shade meeting with our county council. So they're extremely rare, and you have to do something usually very, very bad for us to all want to get together outside of the public.
One follow-up,
Mhm.
but it's unrelated a little bit. The fact-finding meetings and so forth. So can you maybe just give an example of what that is? Because
Okay, so that would be so a fact-finding meeting would be the county is faced with litigation of some sort, and we need to get together a group of people that are going to be involved in the litigation. But again, it's tied to essentially litigation strategy or something where we need to go on a fact-finding. So it really dovetails into what I was talking about before, where we would get the whole board together to find out what you guys did that was the violation of the Sunshine Law. Same scenario where we're going to go on a fact finding. We're doing it not to discuss what we're going to do with litigation, but to actually get together to say, let's talk about X, Y, and Z. Because you do, and again, these are scenarios, if you have committed a crime, you have a Fifth Amendment right not to what's the word I'm trying to think of, Jessica? Incriminate, thank you. I literally could only think of intoxicate, and I don't even know why. You have a right not to incriminate yourself, so I know. So you would have that, we wouldn't want you to waive that Fifth Amendment right by getting you together to talk about the subject, so we could meet in the shade so that you wouldn't violate your own right not to incriminate yourself. So it would be a fact-finding. We're not talking about strategy. And those meetings are all, there is a court reporter there. They are actually all recorded. Everything you say is taken down by a court reporter, and when the reason for the shade meeting has expired, everything you said is then put in the sunshine. So these things don't, that's why they kind of call them shade meetings, because the sunshine eventually comes back and puts light back on it. So it's not like, it's not in a cave. I mean, there's going to be light. So once the whatever the issue is resolved, then you're going to be back in the sunshine. Everything that was said is going to be public. Transcript's going to be public. Everything's going to be back out there. So that's why they're only in the shade.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir, Joe.
You were talking about everything before a meeting. What about after a meeting? After the vote has been taken, and maybe I'm on opposing than John did, but he said something that I thought about later, and I say, John, what about you did, what was your rationale, blah, blah, blah. Is there any problem after the fact?
There is, and I'll tell you why. You're an advisory board, so everything you do is going to go back to council, and you never know when it'll come back. So, for instance, if you watch Tuesday night's exciting episode of the county council, we had echo grants come up. So the echo grant would have been dealt with 2009, 2006. They came back before the county council for an issue. So there's still a long going thing that may come back before the board. So my example there is, so you made a decision 20 years ago. It could come back before this board or the county council in 20 years for whatever issue. So if it's a conservation easement, they violated the easement, they've done something, you never know when these things are going to come back before the board. So even after you've made your vote and you feel like your work is done on the issue, you don't know when it's going to come back before the board, and it potentially could. So the rule is very open to something that may come back before the board. It's not just something that was on the agenda. So you dealt with it on the agenda. It is a conservation land. It's a conservation issue. That's an issue that could come back before the board. So the two of you should not talk about it while both of you are on the board. So you're going to have to write it down. And when you see John, when you're not on the board anymore, be like, hey man, remember that time 3 years ago? We need to talk about that. But yeah, no, that is, so yeah, you even after a vote, you should not have out of the sunshine discussions about why you voted, what you voted for, or what was going on. If you want to discuss that, you have to do it on the record. So I know it is, and it's like I said, it's the way the law is written. It doesn't say what's on the agenda. It says matters that may come before you. And like I said, even after it's done, it might come back. So because it's a matter of conservation in Volusia County and forever. Okay. All right. Now, this is the good news about public records law. If you think I was talking fast before, I am really going to pick up speed now. Public records, essentially, the public records law is another constitutional right for every person to inspect or copy any public record made or received in connection with official business, unless it's confidential or otherwise exempt. So the issue is what is made or received. So it's the policy of the state that the county has to provide these things to the public. Now, here's the thing. You're on the board, you're part of the county. Welcome. So what we do here, again, the staff will maintain the majority of public records. The thing that you have to be conscious of with public records is whether or not you are in possession of a public record, because you are an extension of the county, so you need to understand what a public record is. So a public record is essentially all things tangible. So it's, papers, letters, maps, everything that's tangible. It is also text messages, electronic, anything that's there. And it has to be made or received pursuant to law, ordinance, or in any connection of the transaction of official business by any agency, and we are a board. So it's basically something that formalizes any knowledge of the county or any of the people acting on behalf of the county. The location of where it is irrelevant. So those emails that we send you to schedule the meetings, we send them to your personal emails, those are public records. The good news is we have copies of them, so we're maintaining them for you. The bad news is if you forward that email to a friend or somebody in the public and invite them to the meeting or discuss the meeting to any of your friends, you've now made a public record on your personal phone. So you want to be conscious of what you do with information and how it's shared and what you have done with those records of sharing knowledge. So again, just because the record is on your personal phone doesn't make it not a public record. So we give you those notebooks with all the information in them and everything. So those are public records. The good news is if you don't change them, we have a copy and we keep the public record and we maintain it. The bad news is if you change it and share it with someone, so if you make some notes on it and you share it with someone, you have now made a public record of what your thoughts are on that matter, and you shared it with somebody else. Once you take it out of the realm of your own personal notes for your own personal reference, you've made a public record. And once a public record's made, you have to maintain it, because if anybody asks for it, you have to produce it. So, for instance, if we had something where, a member of the public brings in something and they share it with you, make sure you give it to the clerk. Don't take it with you. Because if you take it with you, then you're the custodian of the public record and you have to maintain it and produce it. But if you hand it back to the clerk or one of us, then the public record stays with us for retention. So again, the thing that you have to be aware of is if you alter any of our presentations or documents, share it with any member of the public, you've made a public record and you need to let it, the best thing to do is to give it to us, because otherwise you're the custodian and you have to maintain it. So again, here it is, communications regarding county business, which would be forever business, is basically reduced to any medium: paper, tape, compact disc. These are old, they need to update these. Thumb drive, whatever. So the examples of what doesn't qualify as a public record, again, are your personal things, your grocery list, your computer password, a ballot that has not been voted. These are all things that are not public records because they're either exempt or personal. So the reason why they don't qualify, so a personal grocery list is something that doesn't have to do with county business. So if you write that on anything, that's your personal list. Computer passwords are going to be exempt under the law, and an unvoted ballot is actually also exempt from public records. All right, so the common exemptions from public records, your typical financial data, social security numbers, bank account numbers, personal information. One thing you should know is your email addresses, your personal home addresses, all of those things are not, these are public records. Those are not exempt unless you qualify for another exemption. So the other thing that we're going to have as exemptions are our security, fire, and safety plans, our building diagrams, competitive solicitations that are sealed. All of those things are not public records. There is a public records manual that has exemptions. It's about 200 pages, if anybody needs to read that. So how can public records be made? This is one thing you do need to pay attention to. A public records request actually can be made to any person in the county, any agent, any employee. So if anyone ever asks you for information, please immediately relay it to a staff member. It can be verbal, it can be made in person, it can be anonymous, they don't have to say who they are. Anytime you receive any request for any information for anything we're doing on the Forever Board, please forward it to one of our staff members and we will take care of it. If somebody just verbally asks you how they get a copy of things, you can refer them to us, and if you let us know, that's better. But if it's just a random member of the public, then they weren't. If a random member of the public comes up to you and says, "Hey, I'd like a copy of everything you guys looked at today," you can just refer them to staff, because going back in time, their request wouldn't have been specific enough and all those types of things to actually have formulated a public records request. But I will tell you, some courts have found that just a casual request for public information can be a public records request. So again, anybody ask you anything, immediately refer them to staff. If you get an email, forward it. If it's a verbal request, send them to us. We also have on the county's website a form that they can fill out for public records request that can be done. So how we handle the public records request, just for your curiosity and knowledge. So when we get a public records request, we don't ask them why they want it. They can ask for any reason. They don't have to tell us who they are. They can make an anonymous request to the internet. When we get them, we have an obligation to find any records that we were required to preserve or protect. And we cannot deny for lack of specificity. We basically have to follow up with them and ask them exactly what they wanted or what it is exactly they need. For instance, we sometimes get public records requests that we want every item the Forever Board has ever dealt with. So we're going to go back and say, every item, first off, that's not very clear, and can you narrow it down? And also, if they don't narrow it down, I'm probably skipping ahead too far. Yeah, we just have to do that. Okay. We can So once they give it to us, if we can produce it immediately, we have to. There's really no 5-day waiting period. We can redact. We basically redact out the personal information, so we do have to have the ability to review and redact. We are not we're not required to answer questions. So some people get confused about public records request. Public records request is a request for a document that we have in our possession, something that exists. We do not have to answer questions. So if you send me a public records request that asks me to summarize or give my opinion or basically create a document by compiling other documents together in some sort of format, that's not a public records request. A public records request is only give me all emails that Wanda sent to John. That's a public records request. It's something that exists. If you ask me, give my opinion of whether Wanda and John's emails are a violation of Sunshine Law, that's not a public records request. That's a request for information or an opinion. So that does not qualify as a public records request. It's solely documents. So the format, that's the same. So with format of public records, if it is a piece of paper, you can have it digitally, or you can have it in the paper form. If it is an Excel spreadsheet or something of that nature, you can actually request it to be produced as an Excel spreadsheet, not as a non-digital thing. Okay, so exempt versus confidential are two different things. So some things are exempt from public records, which, say for instance, the security system for this building is exempt. Your social security number is confidential. So with that, you would redact one and not the other. I don't know why they're killing you guys of federal versus state. All right, so this is I thought this slide would have been earlier. So when you make a request for public records, we can also charge you a fee and a charge. And we can request that you pay that before we produce the public records. Now, the fee or charge has to be reasonable, and it has to be calculated to the lowest hourly rate of the staff member who can competently produce the records. So that's as clear as an attorney can say. So essentially, even though it's a public records request, we can still charge for, well, we can't charge for inspection or supervising, which would double the cost. But we can charge for the cost of our staff member to get the records together and to copy them and to produce them. So to avoid that, you can actually ask just to view the records on site. So if you do that, then we have to provide you with the records. We still have to screen them for confidentiality and those types of things. So if you did request something that had to be reviewed and scanned and redacted, we can still charge you for that, even though you're just viewing them. But we cannot charge you for the staff member that has to sit there and watch you look at them. So we have to make sure that you don't alter or remove the records, but you can view them, which will reduce your fees. So while you're looking at them, if you want a copy, you can ask for a copy, but we are allowed to charge you 15 cents per page for a one-sided copy. It's a real moneymaker. The county, we presently charge a special service charge for requests where more than 15 minutes of staff time is going to be involved in producing a public record. The charge is calculated based on the salary and benefits of the staff employed to respond to the request and is intended to compensate the county and taxpayers for the actual cost of responding to the request. So that's actually our policy, which follows the case law on that. The AG says we can request an advance deposit, so if you request it, we can request that you pay it in advance. So penalties. Going back to the part before I went down the rabbit hole of what we do, there are also penalties for not producing a public record. So again, if you create that public record with the email or you share documents that you've altered, you fail to produce it, you can be found guilty of a first-degree misdemeanor, which is punishable by a $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in the county jail or 1 year on probation, or a combination of those 3 punishments. So failure to produce, it is also like your sunshine violations. There's an unintentional and an intentional. The unintentional is a non-criminal violation of a fine up to $500, and your intentional is your first-degree misdemeanor, which we just discussed. So a failure to produce is also going to have the same sanctions of removal from the board, and potentially, if there's a lawsuit, paying attorney's fees and costs. So the records, this is kind of an interesting one. So we do not have to keep records forever. There is a manual that is a couple hundred pages long that essentially describes all types of government documents and how long we have to keep them and when we can actually destroy them. However, before we destroy them, we actually have to tell the state we're going to destroy them. So there is a whole process of retention and destruction of the documents based on, it's actually through the library in Tallahassee, which maintains the archives. So to summarize, remember not to talk via email, text, on matters that may foreseeably come before the board for discussion outside of the confines of a duly noticed and open to the public meeting. Promptly respond in good faith to all public records requests and ensure that we will ensure confidential and exempt records are not there. You don't need to redact it. We can do that for you. This is the Government in the Sunshine Law Manual. It actually is published online every year by the Attorney General. It's 300 pages of riveting case law and statute about everything I just went over. So it's actually very well indexed. So the links at the bottom there, it is in PDF if you want to print it, but it is searchable online, and it has a very good index. So if you ever have any questions about Sunshine Law or Public Records Law, the Government in the Sunshine Law Manual by the Attorney General's Office is an excellent resource. And then again, when in doubt, please call us. We can assist you with whatever you have, questions. And anybody has any questions?
I have one.
Go ahead, John.
If a member of the public accuses a member of any board,
Alleges.
allegedly, violation of the Sunshine Law, does the county defend?
So the county does defend unless it is an intentional act on your part. So if you really, really do something that is completely outside of the scope of your duties, then we're not going to defend you because you've basically done something intentional beyond what we would defend. We defend anything done within the scope of your duties on the board.
So the investigation would show, if the investigation showed that the person was innocent based on the investigation, you would go ahead and defend.
It doesn't matter whether you're innocent or guilty. I mean, as long as if you did it within the scope of your duties, then we would defend, because right now you're a volunteer for us. You're under our self-insurance and all of our risk pool. So you're under our risk pool for things that are done within the scope of your duties. But if you go completely rogue and intentionally violate the laws, we no longer have a duty in our risk pool to defend you because you've gone beyond what we didn't employ you. We voluntold you to do. So.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Lamontagne.
Yeah, about the public records, again, thanks for presenting all that. Question, can a records request be fulfilled if it's asked of the county, or just anyone's asking, simply by saying it's on our website? Or do you actually have to give
So
the
I
document?
can actually digitally do that. I can actually send you. So for instance, if you requested a, I don't know, just an agenda or whatever, I can actually send you the link because I've responded to it digitally and says, here's the link. Now, if you specifically say, I want that in paper or PDF or whatever, then we will go through what it is and determine whether or not that can be done. So for instance, if you wanted the audio of this, there's a link on the website, and I would be able to produce that to you for free. But if you wanted me to produce that in some sort of medium, a thumb drive or whatever, I can charge you for the thumb drive or whatever else. So typically, what most departments will do is say, that record's available on our website for free immediately. You can click. But if you insist on having it in some other medium, then we will then do an estimate of what it would cost for us to produce it, and we'll get that to you. So.
But if the like website changes too, doesn't that kind of affect, like, if, say here's the link and like,
Well,
the
a
link
record won't
changes?
change. So what I'm
Yeah.
referring to are things that we have available through our website that are records. So for instance, I go back to code enforcement a lot, but code enforcement will put all of their meetings are on the website, and you can click on a link and you can get that immediately. You can also click on a link with the clerk of court website and get an order or a fine immediately. So what we will typically do is respond to the public records request and say, you can immediately obtain this record through these methods. Now, if you come back to me and you're like, well, I don't have speakers or whatever, that's not going to work for me, then what I will do is say, okay, we will produce those records, but it's going to cost X amount of dollars, and then we'll go back to you, because we can charge you for things that'll take time and or that have to be produced. Like if it's paper, 15 cents. I don't know what we charge for thumb drives, disc, or whatever. I don't really know. I'm sure we have a schedule.
No, that makes sense. I think I got that. I just know sometimes, yeah, I've seen websites be revamped, and so it's harder to find
So
stuff,
all
but
of our
that's-
websites are, we have to actually, they're still there.
Yeah.
I'm losing all my words today. But anyway, so all of the versions of our website are still available, and you can make a request for those from our IT department. And again, that would then require us to go back and pull, whatever historic digital documentation we have to preserve those. But and then also when I was talking about the record retention manual, so there are record retentions that will vary from some records, like if you leave a voicemail, if you call and leave me a voicemail that says, I'm going to be at the meeting, that is what's called a transitory record. It's basically here and there, and I don't have to save that voicemail. But if you call and leave me a voicemail that actually gives me information, and again, code enforcement is always the easiest examples. If you call and give me a complaint for a code enforcement complaint that actually has your name, your address, and what the complaint is, I have to save that digital record under the record retention policy. And so then that would then go to a record of a code enforcement case, which has its own record retention policy, whether the case is pursued, not pursued, whether there's a fine. All of those have different schedules. So it can range from 30 days till the fine is actually paid, which a code enforcement fine can be for up to 20 years. So all records are not retained on the same schedule. All records are not retained in the same amount of time. So they're all going to vary whether we have them or not. Business tax receipts, those applications are 1 year. So we don't even do them anymore. But old occupational license, we only had to keep those for 1 year, and then we destroyed them all. So, it's going to vary by that record retention policy that's given out by the state, whether we still have it or not.
Thank you. I just one last one on a different topic. What you mentioned about the audio, if I want to request that. So just regarding like an audio or video of a meeting like this or something.
Mhm.
So I guess first question is how long, are we keeping those? And then two, I guess any sort of broadly agency, not just even us, but like if there's some entity that's recording their meetings and then they have it like automatically be deleted. It's like, oh, our Zoom recordings or whatever, like just delete after like a year or something. That doesn't seem to be following what you said they're
It's
supposed
going
to
to
do.
vary on the records retention manual. So again, it's like a 250 page document. So again, it's going to depend on why it was made, what it was made for, and what the record retention policy is on it. So I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I'd have to look. But in the record retention policy is also published online. Anyone can look at it. So it's not indexed as well as the public records manual, but it is indexed also. So you'd have to look to see what the retention policy is on those.
Okay, I'll check that out. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Any other questions?
All right. And if you want a copy of the slides, we can get those to you. And if you have any questions, just give me a call.
Thank you, Ms. Slack. Very good.
I got you. Always
Okay.
wants
Now, before we start with new business, Dr. Burbaugh, did
Yes.
you want to address us, please?
I did, and I think this is each time where we have new members join us, we go over the Sunshine Law, but also I think it's an important time to go over our collective roles in the process. And there's a careful separation of duties that protects the program from individual preferences ruling the day, and really where collective decision making is. And I just wanted to talk through the process as what it is outlined in Resolution 2021-11, which is, the committee serves in an advisory capacity only. Staff maintains operational authority over the negotiations and proposals, and then the county council retains the final approval power. So your role in this process is, number one, to ensure that the public's involved, and we appreciate you and the diversity of knowledge that you bring to the table. The resolution explicitly states that the purpose of this appointed body is to oversee the review of proposed acquisitions and improvements and make recommendations to the county council. While you evaluate properties and you recommend them for acquisition based on established criteria, the final decisions on acquisition, including partial acquisitions, modifications to proposals, rest with county staff and ultimately the county council. The staff role in this, and this is in 21-11, as well as we're responsible for publicizing the program, soliciting, contacting, and negotiating with property owners, potential sellers, or representatives thereof, is the sole responsibility of the county manager and or his designee, which is me. So the resolution establishes clear division of responsibilities. The committee evaluates and recommends, while the county staff negotiates and implements. I will say county staff must consider multiple factors when finalizing acquisitions, including budget constraints, seller willingness, and balancing conservation with other county priorities. I realize that one of the properties that you have voted on did change after after it came to this committee, and the buck stops with me as the director of this department, and we should have done a better job of communicating that after that decision was made and it was on the county council's agenda. So just wanted to put that out there. I know we'll talk about it further, but I wanted to be clear about what our roles are in the process, and in terms of the authority of staff or the county manager and his designee, the role of council who has the final say on all of these deals, and then the role of the advisory committee as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone have any questions on that?
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Schreiber.
So I have a question, Brad,
Yes, ma'am.
pertaining to land that we place in conservation
Mhm.
and the land that was in Edgewater that was, I believe, sold to FDEP.
Yes.
So that land specifically, let's just take that one. Is that going to be, so it's being used for stormwater. I saw the press release. Is it going to have stormwater piped to that now?
So there are already outlets. So if you look at the property on the eastern boundary of the property, there is a very large canal system. These canals are 25 feet wide. That was previously under private ownership. And Edgewater told us that they would get in and try to maintain as much as possible. They'd had tried to get an access easement from the owners at that point in time, and they were unable to do so. So what we've done is we've taken, when we went to convey the property to Florida Forever, they of course did not want to be responsible for maintaining those canals. So what we did is we've carved out those canals as well as a 50-foot buffer adjacent to the canal, or 25-foot. Tim reared his head. I knew I said something wrong. So a 25-foot a buffer to the west of the canal. The canal is very long, probably over a mile. So when we look at the 50 feet for the 25 feet for the canal, 25 foot for the access piece From north to south, it represents about 9.06 acres. What we've done is conveyed that 9.06 acres to Edgewater, who has outfalls already in this canal. We had a survey done of this canal, and several people who live along the canal have illegal docks and other things that are tempering flow, I would say. So this will give Edgewater the authority to put it under their regular maintenance program to make sure it's properly functioning during storms. So that's what we've done, and a press release you may have seen yesterday.
So, continued on this question.
Mhm.
The lands that we vote on, that the county keeps in inventory, they are for natural stormwater storage only, correct? The county is not to send stormwater to it.
So the way that the resolution reads in terms of water resource management is the goal of this committee, the goal of conservation is to keep the land intact, to keep it in its natural state and protected. So if it has benefits, water retention benefits, like the wetlands that we just bought in Edgewater, we certainly are happy about that. Now, if we wanted to do some minimal green infrastructure improvements like swales, I think that would be allowed under our ordinance. We haven't tested that yet because we haven't needed to. And the reason why is the team in front of you does an excellent job of balancing our needs. 49% of the acreage that we've bought since 2000 has been wetlands. So we understand the importance of having a balance when we acquire these. I think the renewed entrance on flooding and floodplain protection, you'll see that a lot of our acquisitions are strategic wetlands that we have identified as such with the Water Management District. That should be protected in an intact manner.
You good? Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Brings us to new business, please.
Good morning. Tim Telfer, Chief of Conservation Acquisition for the Volusia Forever program. So we are now going to start our sorting process for the project that you previously determined to be eligible. In this project is called the Sutherland Project, approximately 52 acres in size. We've got a map up there showing its general location and its location in relevance to the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Okay, the Sutherland Project came in as a working forest and farmlands application, 52 acres in size. It scored 10 out of 19, and the minimum required is 9 out of 19 for eligibility. Potential matching funds are Lake to Lagoon and Rural and Family Lands Protection Program, and attributes, we found none.
Okay, so Rural and Family Lands Protection Program as an easement. Okay. All right, any questions on this? Comment?
Actually,
Ms. Schreiber.
I have a question. Anybody that wants to answer it. The SB 1118 that's going through legislators right now at the state, that's preempting like development, things like that. Is that going to have any impact on these conservation easements that we have in this county? And I'm asking it because of the situation now coming that we're about to vote on. I'm talking about the rural lands, Brad.
It may in the future, but I will say that we have made sure that our easements are ironclad and in perpetuity. We also, as I've shared last time, one of the ways that we kind of protect them is by asking a third party to be a signer to them. So Conservation Florida, ACT, Autobahn, we typically will ask them to be, on the easement with us. One of the things that we've, I'll stop with that. But we're making sure our language is very strong. We've looked at it in the last year or two because there have been changes that have tried to be made to the extinguishment of easements, but we are well protected, the attorneys tell me.
Yeah, just to follow up, we do everything we can. We can't predict the future, so we do everything we can to make sure that we are as strong as we can be in our goal of conservation. So that's all we can do for now.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, would someone like to make a motion on this property, please? For ranking A or B?
I make a motion to put this property on the A list.
On the A list, okay, motion by Mr. Sosa to put it on the A list. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gamble. All right, all in favor of putting this property on the A list, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, very good. Goes on the A list.
Okay, so we're going to start the eligibility review section of the meeting now. We have 3 applications, but remember, this is the phase of the meeting where you're determining whether a property meets the program goals or does not and is eligible for further consideration. We've got a map up here again showing these properties in relation to the Florida Wildlife Corridor and their location in Volusia County for you to take a look at. The first one for your consideration is called Lake George Road. This came in as a fee simple application with a staff score of 11 out of 21, with the minimum required here for a fee simple acquisition is 10. Acreage is 26 acres. It is within both the Eco and NERMA overlays, and it's in holding within Lake George State Forest. Adjacent conservation property is a Lake George Forest and Wildlife Management Area. And with that, we stand by for any questions.
Okay. Questions of staff? Comments on this one? Okay, would someone like to make a motion on this one, please? Can make it eligible? Deem it eligible.
I make a motion to make this property eligible. Second.
Second by Mr. Gamble. Okay, so the motion is to find the property eligible for the program. Okay, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, very good. Next property, please.
Hi everyone, Hunter Falmer, Chief of Land Management. Our second property for your consideration is Witchman. This was a fee simple application. Staff score was 1 out of 21 on our eligibility. Required is 10 out of 21. It was not in any of our acquisition target areas, and it was around 5 acres. And there were no adjacent conservation properties near this parcel. And with that, we will leave it for your consideration.
Any questions or comments on this property? Okay, if not, would someone like to make a motion on finding this property eligible, please, or not eligible?
I'd like to make a motion to make this property not eligible.
Yeah, just for purposes of making a motion, it's always best to make the motion in the positive, and then if you do not approve it, then to vote in the negative. So if you could limit your motions to positive, saying I move for this property to be eligible, and then if you want to not make it eligible, vote in the negative. It's just a better practice to make your motions in the positive, and then discuss, and then decide whether it should be yes or no. If we can always just make the motions in the positive, it just makes it much easier down the road.
And making the motion in the positive does not bind the motion maker to vote in the positive.
Correct. You don't, just because you make the motion in the positive, it is just a good practice. We could do Robert's rules, but it's more boring than sunshine law. I will warn you. It is just a better practice to make your motions for positive action and then vote either positive or negative. You're always only making a motion for the purposes of discussion. You can vote either way once you've made a motion or seconded a motion. So,
Can I
Okay,
change my motion to make this property eligible?
okay. We have a motion to find the property eligible. Do we have a second?
I'll
on that?
second for discussion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gamble, a second by Mr. Macalusa. Now, discussion on the property? Mr. Lamontagne?
Yeah, so just to be clear, some of it was, I think, overlapping on my type here. But are they only looking for fee simple, or was there? Let me just double check that. Can you clarify what types they were looking for?
Phone on? There we go. Limited communication that we've had with this applicant indicates that they are interested in a fee simple transaction.
Okay, and they mentioned it's near Tiger Bay State Forest, but not adjacent or anything. Or a trail, I think it said, actually. Do you know about where that trail is, I guess?
No, I have no familiarity with that trail.
Okay, I'm just curious if that we can find out sometime what that is, or if the owner is willing to share that additional information. I didn't see any indication of where the trail is, but that they mentioned it, as you know, in there. So I'm just curious if you had any more, but you don't. So, I think one other question: you didn't go to the property or anything, did you?
No, we have not visited this property.
Okay, and so I just want to clarify for the access, though, there is like a little road on the side to get to it, though, for scoring purposes.
So that's not as clear when you look at the map series that is in there. So there's county maintained road listed, shown on your map there, and there appears to be some type of a gap in this section that we don't have a firm answer on right now. So I can't give you a conclusive answer about public access.
Okay. I just want more information, I guess, but that's my comment, I guess. So thank you.
And I will just note the application form says that there's not legal access.
Not
From
okay,
the-
not
yeah.
even dirt road, I guess. But
It says there's no easements or any rights to access it.
interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of finding the property eligible, please signal by saying aye. Okay, if you are opposed to finding the property eligible, please signal by saying aye. Aye. Fails. Next property.
Okay, the next property for your consideration is the Melania property. Fee simple application. Staff scored it 3 out of 21. The minimum eligibility is 10 out of 21. It's roughly 3/10 of an acre in size. We did not find it within any target acquisition areas, nor did we find it adjacent to any conservation properties.
Okay, very good. Questions of staff on this property? Do we have anyone that wishes to speak on this property? Okay. If you could, on the microphone. And then before you leave, fill out a form so that we have record. You got it? Okay, very good.
So I realize now that, this parcel is very small compared to what you guys are used to dealing with. We feel like we're in a bit of a unique situation. After purchasing it, it was determined that we cannot build on this lot. After being told we could, I even joined the parcels so that it was supposed to be acceptable for the zoning to build on it, then finding out that it is 100% wetlands after doing a delineation with the local engineer. Also finding out that there is some type of waterway that runs through from across the street to different parcels that drains out behind our development. I'm in Corbin Park, by the way, if you guys don't know that area. And so that was the other problem that we found out, obviously, later. We were told that it was a buildable piece of property when we bought it, before we bought it, from zoning department and building department. As long as I joined the 2 parcels, which I did. I paid the application fee through the county to join the parcels. And we just feel like we're in a really bad situation. We spent a good chunk of money to buy this lot, and now we are pretty much left with it. We personally can't put it back on the market to sell it because we are not the type of people that would hide the fact that it is not buildable now that we found out it's not buildable. We don't know if the previous owners knew that. We are under the impression that they did, but we can't prove that. So this was like almost a last resort, I guess. were recommended to come here to try this, and so that's what we're doing. I feel like there's a flaw in the system a little bit because I think the red flag should have come up somewhere before I was able to actually put an application and join these pieces of property. I kind of feel like there should have been something that said, well, wait a minute, this is wetlands, and you're not going to be able to do what you want to do anyway. So that's why we're here this morning. We're here taking a chance to see if we could. Again, I think the waterway part is really what got me, that it is like a drainage through Corbin Park to a retention pond in the back. So it kind of limits, well, it doesn't limit us. It kind of, it tied our hands to do what we wanted to do with it. We spent, $58,000 or on the property. We actually have got more than that into it with engineering and other things that we've done. But yeah, so we're kind of at a landlock. We don't know what else to do, basically.
Question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this in the city or in the county?
This is a county.
Okay.
It's listed as county property.
Okay, if you're not successful here,
We don't know.
you
who
might
it is.
want to talk to the stormwater people in Public Works.
Okay.
Because
we
they,
applied
they
to the
do
county.
land, they do land acquisition for stormwater purposes.
Okay.
And this is an area of known flooding. They may be interested, they may not. I wouldn't speak for them, but I used to be in that years ago. So
Okay.
I know that they do things like that on occasion. So
Okay.
that's another option for
I
you.
appreciate that.
I was going to say I'll pass this along to Water Resources, and we're doing a basin study in Corbin Park. So part of that is looking at potential acquisitions that will help alleviate flooding. I will make sure that this is included in that study, share with our Public Works Director as a potential acquisition in that basin study,
Okay.
so they can look at it.
So after the fact, we found out that the piece across the street, girl that bought the home across the street, was told that she could not do anything with part of her property because it was determined that that waterway runs from the front to the back right through our lot. We didn't think of anything of it at first until she told us that, because we're kind of on a catty corner to her, so we didn't realize that it went in. It's weird if you look at the map. I saw the travel from the engineer, and it takes some turns and it cuts across some places, but it goes right down the middle of us, and it was determined in the delineation that there was absolutely no 0% that we could use on that property. And then we were told about the wetlands. We learned a lot in the last couple of months about buying certificates for other wetlands to use our wetlands. But now we just sat in on a meeting last month that they seem to be doing away with that, and they're not going to allow that anymore. So like I said, we're just at a spot where we just don't know what to do anymore. And we can't resell the property. Not now, because we would have to disclose that it's wetlands, and we're not trying to be shady about anything, so we would want to be honest. So I don't see where anybody else would benefit from owning this property. So
Okay.
that's why we're here.
We may have an option for you. That's what all I can promise is to connect you.
Appreciate anything.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good. Any further discussion?
I guess I just want to appreciate, thank you for coming here, for telling us about your story. It's always good to have the public participating. And yeah, we definitely hope, I'm just speaking for myself, I guess, hope we find a solution for you that, hopefully the staff or some other of these departments, as I like Mr. Gamble's suggestion about the, these other entities that buy properties, maybe they're part of the city, and talk to the water management district, especially if there's water on your property. But I guess for our purposes, I'm just curious if there's any way we, by perhaps making it eligible, and maybe not eventually an A B or something, but if that could help assist the property owners with getting to these other partners and so forth, where working with the FDP or the water management districts, and like they end up buying it, but we're just like a facilitator in that capacity. Again, maybe not with actually purchasing it and so forth, but if the staff's already helping, then maybe you're good to go there. But I guess maybe everyone else can weigh in on what they think, if that's maybe going to help them, but not maybe eventually actually be in the Volusia Forever per se program, but finding the partners.
On the
we end up losing out in the end, we lose out. I mean, it's a life lesson. We're not kids. But there's got to be something in the system that should have red flagged this before I got as far as I got. Like, I actually came to the city and zoning to question that it was a buildable piece of property before I spent $60,000, and I was told it was. So if there's a waterway running through our lot, I would, and in an area like Corbin Park that has been studied quite a bit, because they were supposed to do, I would wish that there would be some kind of alert or red flag that would come up so that we would have had an option up front to look into it further before we purchased. It just would have helped us a lot make a decision, obviously. Obviously, if we had done the delineation first, we would have found out that it was not buildable or that it was 100% wetlands. So I kind of feel like there's a flaw there for our benefit, the public's benefit. And I hope if nothing else comes out of it, that something could be done about that in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Slack, do you want to address Mr. LaMontagne's request that we be able to do something outside of the scope of our regular duties here to help this individual?
We already, the most we can do is what Dr. Burbaugh indicated. So the most that the board can do is basically understand that staff will do what they can do, but the board itself does not have the authority to do anything beyond either approving or denying the eligibility for this particular parcel for the Forever program. So, you know, you have to, you can't direct us to even do anything other than understand that we have now heard it and we will do what we can. But the board doesn't have the authority to even direct us to do anything beyond finding forever eligibility and those types of things. So.
Okay. So for our purposes, at this point, we can strictly vote whether we believe it to be eligible for the program or not, and then trust that the property owner and staff will work on any future steps.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
very good. Thank you for that. Okay, would someone like to make a motion on this property?
Yes, I would like to move to include this.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Fieser, second by Mr. LaMontagne to find the property eligible. All those in favor of finding the property eligible, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed to finding the property eligible, signal.
Aye.
Done.
Okay, all right. Voted to be ineligible, 6-1. Nope, I'm sorry. Am I counting wrong? 7-1. Okay, very good. That is the end of new business. And I too would like to thank the property owner for coming in on that. I appreciate your time. Okay, that brings us to staff comments, please.
So we're going to start out with an introduction to the newest member of our team here, Miss Jessica Strobel. She's recently joined us, and if we could just give her a minute to introduce herself to the committee.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to give a quick introduction about myself. So I was born in Rochester, New York, but I've been in Volusia County since I was 3. I attended Seminole State College, where I received a degree in legal studies. From there, I went on to work at a law firm and a title company in Lake Mary for 6 years. I was there helping out with all their closings and real estate work there. Before I accepted the position with resource stewardship, I was actually already with the county working in growth and resource management as the real estate specialist, handling the county-owned lands process, land donations to the county, deed work, contract work. So I'm really happy to be in this new role, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Glad to have you.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that there's a lot of technical real estate work that goes on with this program, so having Jessica's background is a huge benefit to the program as a whole, but she's also a warm, excellent communicator, and really maintaining a relationship with these landowners as they work through the process is extremely important. We've spoken multiple times about the trust building process that has to occur here to actually get to a closing on a piece of property here. So Jessica is going to be an excellent addition to our team in that regard also.
Good.
Okay, so I think I have property updates next. So first one is Triple T Ranch. This is an agricultural easement project that we have been working on for quite some time. It's a great example of how much back and forth can take place with a landowner on these projects.
So Tim, Nick is zooming into them on the dashboard as you're talking about them for the committee's interest. All right, thank you.
Roger that, okay. So we are in a stage right now where we have reached a verbal agreement on easement terms. And so that gentleman is now taking the easement document to his attorney, and we hope to hear something from him very soon on whether that will proceed as is or there's requests for any further changes. Next one that I have is the McMillan property. So the McMillan property was west side of Lake Ashby. This was also an agricultural easement application. We have easement terms agreed upon. We have a contract price agreed upon. We are preparing that item for the county council's consideration now, likely next month. After McMillan is the Double Eagle project. This is 990 acres down in southern Volusia County. We are pretty squared away with the landowner on this one, but this is a partnership project with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. So we both have different program rules here, and what we've been encountering is we're essentially using this project as the template for future projects, and it's taken a lot of back and forth on the legal documents to get everything squared away for this project and future projects as we partner with them. So we are again, exchanging documents. Hope to have this one wrapped up in the next 2 weeks. Tomoka Marsh is the next one on my list, Nick. So we're up in the northeast corner of the county, 1,300 acres of marshland. This is an example of our relationship with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The Florida Forever program has stepped up. They have a verbal agreement with the landowner right now. So we are closely monitoring the progress of that transaction. We hope to see an executed document very soon, and we'll really celebrate when this one moves forward to finally being closed upon. It's one of 2 holes in the donut up there, and that all the conservation work that's been done. So it's a great acquisition. Stewart property. So we're now in the Edgewater area. This is a 2,500 acre project that we had moved through. We talked about it a little bit before with the canals on there. The canals are actually located on that piece that we're in the process of selling to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So the Florida Forever program will sometimes purchase land from the county after the fact. And so that's what we set up here with the contract. We have our closing documents circulating for signature internally now. And so that'll move to the state signature next week. And we are all discussing a wire transfer of midweek next week. Hopefully we can stay on schedule with that.
One important component, if I may, the Water Management District will manage this for us. The state will retain ownership because they have about 1,300 acres and the Turnbull Hammock Conservation Area, which is just south here. We will provide recreation opportunities on the uplands. If you see kind of the backwards L that sticks out towards Cow Creek Road, that's where most of the uplands on this property will be, and that will be the access point for the public off Cow Creek.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's actually a good transition to the next project, which is the Carter piece. And so to pick up where Brad left off, this is one that Volusia County will be the land manager of because it manages the adjacent Deep Creek Preserve. So excellent news here. The state has closed on this property. Again, this is a reflection of our partnerships with the Florida Forever program. They've stepped in and purchased the property. Volusia County will be the land manager now, and Nick and Hunter are in the early stages of getting those management agreements set up and operational.
I think another example of eco synergy is when we just had approved at the previous meeting the direct county expenditure for eco. It included $150,000 to update or to start a management plan on this property. But a very important component of that management plan is the recreation component. So passive recreation, not trying to change anything in terms of the things that are allowed passively. But we've charged our consultant to think outside the box. We want new things that are passive, so we'll see if they meet that challenge.
Next one for your information is the Cooper project. This is down west of Wiregrass Preserve, roughly 40 acres. I would describe this as about 97% complete. We have executed all documents, funds have been transferred. Everything's done except for the recording of the deed. So the deed is in queue right now. There's about a week and a half lag from the time that you actually submit the document to the time it'll show up on the clerk's page. So it's in that process now of getting recorded on the clerk's page. So another acquisition completed.
Tim, can I add to that real quick? We will be absorbing this 40 acres into the Wiregrass Prairie Preserve, and we are looking at ways to provide some public amenities on this site as well.
Talmadge is the next one that I'll discuss. We continue to work with the landowner to try to find a an agreed purchase price. So we're in an appraisal phase right now. We're taking a look at comparable sales and seeing if there's any new sales on the market that could be considered for the appraisers on that project. Communication is excellent, but we do have some work to do before we can actually close the gap in the asking versus where we think we're going to come in at. Next one I'll move to is the Tomoka Farms Road project. So we are we have just completed the appraisal process on this one. To give Brad a preview, we're going to present a negotiation plan for consideration next week, and we anticipate we'll be able to make an offer shortly after that. Lake George Inn Holdings, we continue to monitor that situation. No material updates that I can present other than I've spoken to the landowner. And for background, I'm kind of jumping ahead here, but for background, this is a project where the Water Management District had taken the lead in presenting an offer for the acquisition of these pieces. There had been kind of a communication gap. We've reached out to the landowner from Volusia County and are trying to reinitiate those discussions. It was a very positive conversation with the landowner, so we hope to see this one move forward soon also. Lake Harney piece. So this is the 5,500 acre piece down in southern Volusia County. Again, we've had excellent conversations with the Department of Environmental Protection. They're now starting the appraisal process on this piece. We'll either come in as a partner or potentially even split the property with Volusia County taking a portion and the state taking a portion. But that one is also underway, and we should see an offer. It's going to take probably about 3 months before they'll actually see an offer on that one. And that is the extent of my updates for projects.
Okay, sounds like some good progress on some excellent pieces of property. So thank you for all your work on that, everyone. Okay, any questions of staff? Mr. Fieser.
Yes, on that property there in the land, I call it the old Jacobs property. I guess it's the Ford property, and I know Forever's taken the lead on that. But that parcel can be used for so many different things. If not, it's going to be developed. And I know the back portion certainly has got great environmental purposes, but the front part of it, you know, could be developed into ball fields and educational facilities. Obviously, much higher value with other partners that are conservation minded. We are working with all those people, correct, to try to come up with a joint use of that property, maybe to keep it in the fold.
So there are conversations with potential partners and other entities that have needs on there. So communication is ongoing with Volusia County in the lead for the acquisition.
That city of DeLand and should be actively involved too, I would hope.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Okay, very good. Corridor updates.
Volusia Conservation Corridor update. Nick's moving over to his seat. I'm going to start this introduction, and I know Nick's going to want to add to it. So we have put a lot of work into the expansion of this Florida Forever project area. This is the Florida Forever project that essentially runs up through the spine of Volusia County. We have done an analysis through GIS on potential expansion areas, and we do have some updates in that regard. Essentially, we have quite a number of property owners that we need to reach out to now. So we have a clarification conversation later today with DEP on exactly what that correspondence needs to look like and what type of response we need to get from landowners for their inclusion in this proposed expansion area. And if just for informational purposes, let me emphasize, when we talk about Florida Forever project areas, it's a voluntary, it would only be a voluntary sale if one were to go through. This does not commit a landowner to a transaction with Volusia County or the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and it does not add any additional regulatory burden on a property. It doesn't change the property at all. Essentially, all we do is open up another pool of funding for acquisition here. So it's important that we go through these steps because the entity with the largest purse is the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So we try to work with them, as you've heard throughout this meeting, as much as we can. This is an important step for us to try to broaden the area that they can operate within, and we could find additional opportunities for partnership.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, can I add to that now? Just to explain the map a little bit. First, I want to state that this is a temporary tentative target map. So we're at the point in the process through the multiple data sets that we've had through GIS, we've identified areas that should be our targets for the expansion of the Volusia Conservation Corridor. So what that means is we've identified approximately 1,900 addresses that will need to be contacted to ask if they could be a willing seller in the program. So we will compile that data that we get back from the yeses on the willing sellers, and this map will change a little bit based on that. Those responses and that new map will be what we take to the state in Tallahassee for approval. So this is a temporary snapshot of the areas that we're targeting. Currently, the Volusia Conservation Corridor sits at approximately 80,000 acres. If we were able to get all of these parcels in, we would be looking at adding an additional 38,000 acres to the corridor. But as I mentioned, I expect it to not be that much based on the willing seller response. One of the major benefits of the expansion for the Volusia Conservation Corridor is when we have projects come in there, we'll be able to take a lot of those straight to triage instead of going through the 18-month process through Florida Forever.
Tell them what triage is.
Go ahead, Brad.
Kim.
All right, I'm on. Okay, so triage. We throw these terms around from time to time, and we want to back up and make sure we're all on the same page here. So to define triage, when we start working on a Florida Forever project, the first step is to get it eligible for the Florida Forever program. If it's not within a Florida Forever boundary, we go through this protracted process, which we did on the Carter piece, for example. That can take about 12 months to work through that process to get a piece that's outside a Florida Forever project area inside the project area, to expand the boundary, essentially. When we have these properties that are already within the boundary, it gives us the ability to I essentially write an email to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection staff and ask that this be taken to triage. They essentially meet once to twice a month. It's an internal staff meeting, and they essentially look at what their current workload is, what their current budget is, and what they can take on. And Volusia County benefits greatly by having partnership dollars in here. Even though they don't ask us for dollars very often, we often get to the front of the line simply because we're a well-financed program that has a very good track record in its history. So when we talk about triage, that's the step where the Florida Department of Environmental Protection gives a go or no-go at that point in time.
Thanks, Tim. And I'll add real quick, a few of you may be contacted by some landowners in these areas. We're going to be sending out some information with the letter for the willing seller letter. So just to be clear, we're not asking them right at this moment if they want to sell their property to Volusia Forever. We are asking them if they're willing to participate in the program at a future date. So we're not putting out an all call to buy everybody's property right this second. So if anybody asks you about that, this is just to participate in the program to expand our possible boundary.
It gives landowners options. That's what it does. And that's the way that we're trying to frame the letter and help them understand some research that's been done as where the property of your, or the value of your property increases when it's next to a Volusia Forever or a Florida Forever project area or acquisition. On this map, there's kind of two keystone pieces of the 30,000 acres, 38,000, I think Nick said. Two property owners own about 15,000. So those people that we've engaged heavily with around Lake Ashby there, and then the kind of keyhole north of 40. So I think that's about 8,000 acres and then 55 or 5,600 acres. So they're not there yet, but we're engaged. We're engaged with those large landowners.
And one last time, this is a temporary map.
And expanding the corridor, this is something that's been happening all throughout the program, right? Whenever Volusia Forever would work with a landowner that was adjacent to a Florida Forever project, you've been working with them to expand their boundaries. So that part of it is not new. That's just something that you're going to continue to do. Okay. All right. Any questions on
I have
this?
a couple questions.
Schreiber.
So pertaining to this map that is temporary, the yellow areas, because it does not show, are there any current conservation lands in those yellow areas already?
This is targeting mostly private parcels. If there are smaller conservation areas in these areas, they would not show up very easily on this map because they're so small. But we are targeting private landowners with these areas. So we're not going to send a letter to an area that's already under conservation.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking from trying to figure out the map. So let me go to my next question because that didn't get me where I'm trying to go here. The point on the map towards the middle where the yellow is there, middle to southern end of the county. What is the road? Because I don't know some of these roads. So what is the road that's going southwest? What is
It's 415.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a
State Road 415, so you can see Lake Ashby, the water body there. That's Lake Ashby. So if you're coming down, that's 44. If you're going north or east-west, you get to that and you come south down 415.
Okay. And then on the northern part where the wide yellow is, can you give me any road or
that's State Road 40.
No, I know that, but any road or landmark as to where that goes to the right side of that yellow?
That goes approximately from Barberville east, all the way over to the big yellow section is actually one of the larger landowners. That's Weyerhaeuser in that area.
Okay, but any landmark at all, like a road or like how far east does that go?
Is this what you're talking about here?
Yes.
So on the far left, that's 11. On top, that's 40.
And to the right?
It's really all woods. It's timberland out that way.
Okay, does
there's
it go in the
Tiger.
city limits of Ormond Beach?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
I believe it's too far west to be Ormond Beach city limits.
Okay.
One of the things that we're missing from this, so this is the corridor that we've established around Tiger Bay. Tiger Bay's not on this map, so you're missing that out of the full picture, which is 27,000 acres there in between I-4 and 90 I-4. Yeah.
Yeah, you're missing.
That's what I was shooting for, trying to get.
You're missing Hart Island. Is Longleaf Pine Preserve, the west section, doesn't that run up to I-4?
It does.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not on here either.
Right. The current conservation lands layer is not on this map. This is the map of the corridor itself.
Okay.
Okay.
But shouldn't the state lands be on that? I mean, just to give us
Yes,
an
we'll
idea.
we'll update it and share it with you guys.
It makes it look prettier.
Yeah. But that's a simple add. We can add the conservation lands layer to this map.
We'll share it with you.
Well, we were told in the beginning that this was going to be a lengthy process and something that had been worked on and would be continue to be worked on. So it sounds like everything's moving in the right direction here. So we appreciate everybody's time on this.
And I think it needs to be pointed out that this team sitting before you, when we initially took on this task, shopped consultants to do this work for us at about $25,000. But since we hired our GIS person, he said he could do it. So this team and our GIS person worked together to do this and saved us about $25,000. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Further staff comments?
So I just want to wrap up by saying that was a very healthy discussion here at the committee, and just want to remind committee members, you don't have to wait for these meetings. If you have questions, please reach out at any time. We're happy to answer them, and we want to answer your questions because we anticipate that you folks get a lot of questions about the Volusia Forever program. So we're here to make sure you're fully informed.
Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to,
Sorry,
I'm sorry, Nick, did
I
you
have one more addition. Just an update that the Volusia Forever resolution changes are scheduled to go to council the first meeting in May at this time.
Do you want members of the committee there, or?
Always. Or if you can write a letter, or if you see your who's made your appointment, to let them know that it's a committee work product with staff input, that would be helpful.
Okay, all right, that's what I was getting at. Okay, thank you. Anything else from anyone on staff? Okay, that brings us to committee member comments.
Just a question or request. In the mapping series for the packets, can we add back in I know it's not definitive, but the wetland map from the public system, and then maybe the floodway map as well? We have the flood zone areas, but I think we have a floodway layer.
Yes, I may need more clarification on which exact floodplain map, because there's a few.
Sure.
You said add back in, so that's one we had used in the past?
I know we've had the wetland in the past. I don't know if we ever had the floodway. I just think it might be helpful.
Okay.
Yep. But I know what
given the importance of the topic.
Yeah. And I know it exists in the GRM interactive map, so we might just be able to pull from there.
Yeah, the map we used to have was a little bit different than what these are, so, okay. All right. Mr. Fieser.
Yeah, this is somewhat related to what we were talking with these folks out here on the small lot that's not buildable. And I've also had some neighbors out in DeLeon Springs that have experienced similar situations. It was either through a flood, or the zoning, or the property was too small. It was a non-buildable lot. And like they said, well, the realtor never told us anything, and which was bad. But is there any work being done in the county now to identify these parcels that really aren't buildable for the variety of reasons? I know it wouldn't be through forever, but I know y'all got your ear to the ground to hear. That would identify that would show up somewhere in the process or the deed that this may not be a buildable lot due to zoning or wetlands or whatever, so that we would not have these situations maybe occur as much?
So we do have a program when forever. It's a small lot acquisition program. So that's within those 9 antiquated subdivisions. We've made significant progress there. Jessica, actually, when she was in GRM, led the program for us. There is not a county process outside of those 9 antiquated subdivisions. However, I know as we embark on these basin studies across the county, that all vacant land, privately owned and publicly owned, will be considered, if it's undeveloped, as a potential acquisition for stormwater management. At this time, we have money through Transform 386 to acquire or homes or properties that would mitigate against future flooding. So we have another pot at this point in time to use.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Questions, comments? Mr. Sosa.
I just want to thank Nick and Hunter. They took me on a nice tour of the Deep Creek Preserve a couple weeks back. It's a really nice preserve. If you want to go horseback riding or just hiking it, it's beautiful out there. And thank you guys for taking your time to take me on that.
Yeah, anytime, and that goes for anybody up here.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. We have some absolutely beautiful parcels in our program, and it's a great escape for anyone and everyone to get out there. So, okay, additional questions, comments, Mr. Lamontagne.
Yeah, just you had mentioned Transform 386. Can you explain what the current what that status is? I guess for people, are they currently still looking at getting feedback for that, or are they further along in the process?
So I can't say. I'm Donna DeMarsh or Donna Butler rather is in charge of the program. I will tell you, I think there's a lot of consternation out there about the length of time it may take you to get through the program. But I in their defense, I think that HUD dictates that you have to serve based on income levels first. So it goes in rounds. So if you may be a moderate income person, we've got to go through and qualify all of the very low and low income people first and provide them service before. So you may have been approved, but you're still in a queue if you're at a moderate income level. So there's some wait time associated with that program. So that's kind of where we are. We can ask for a written update that we can share next time if you'd like, or you can call Donna directly. She's open to meeting.
And then just one other quick thing. I appreciate Ms. Slack earlier giving that presentation. Could I get a copy of that? Or I don't know if that's...
Yes, we'll email you a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Questions, comments? Okay, good meeting, everyone. And again, thank you to our members of the public for coming, and good luck with your situation. Hopefully you've got some additional avenues you can pursue now. So, all right, remember binders. We like to leave the binders behind. If you want to take the pages, take them out, please. And I believe next meeting, June 27. Do I have that right? I think is our next meeting. Okay, so thank you, everyone. We'll see you on June 27. We are adjourned.
That's a public record. You got to maintain that. That's 20 years. Yeah, you should never write on that stuff.